Khonto man, asiqhube man.
Not sifane siqhube mfondini ngoba abantu bethu bafuna impilo. Kuyaliwa la. NoAmelika uyalwa naye. Secretariat, who are the honorable members from the executive who are present? Amanda?
Thank you, Chair. The Minister and the Deputy Minister Mkungwa are present, Chair.
All right. No, thank you very much. Who else from the administration? Is the SecDef in?
Yes, I'm present, Chair.
All right, Ntate Bering. No, thank you very much. I think the time is now on. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all the honorable members. So welcome the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Welcome the support staff. Also welcome the SecDef and the team. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Portfolio Committee to respectfully wish you well in the work that we are doing. Today, there's not much that we will have to do. It's a progress meeting where we would assess our performance for Q3 and 4 expenditure. I hope that we'll not have a long meeting because we're not starting afresh. You'll just highlight salient points for consideration by the Portfolio Committee and allow the Portfolio Committee to do what they normally do, ask probing and inquiry questions on matters that you have committed in the APPs that you are expected to perform, and we must get an output in terms of results of the work you have done. So our relationship is contractual, it's legislative, and it's for the national interest of the Republic. I would allow the Secretariat to go to item number 2 before we move to the adoption of the agenda. Any apologies?
Yes, Chair. We've received 2 apologies, one from the Deputy Minister, Major General Olomisa, as well as from a member of the committee, Honorable Kubakil. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Those are the apologies. I hope we'll note them. They don't need adoption because it matters beyond our control. Can we move to item number 3 that deals with the adoption of the agenda? The agenda is the following items: DOD 2025-2026, Q3 and 4, and expenditure report related to that particular report. The 5th item would be DMV 2025-2026, Q3 and 4, and the expenditure report. Item number 6 would be consideration and adoption of the committee annual performance plan of the Portfolio Committee. After that, we'll deal with the consideration of minutes and closure. I would request that we get a mover and a seconder if everything is in order. Over to you, honorable members.
I move for adoption, Chair, and as I move so, I also want to express my appreciation for the presence of the Minister. I've noted that the Minister has been more regularly present in our meetings, and I hope that will be a continuing trend. But I move herewith for adoption of the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I will second, but I will do it much shorter. I'll second.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Latin. Honorable Munyai, I hear the voice.
Just the recorder, Chair. Just the recorder's voice. In fact, Chair, I want just to... Sorry?
Yes, you can proceed, Honorable.
Chair, I want just to request to be excused at 10 to 1. I need to drive to the airport. Thank you.
No problem, Honorable Kabakulu. In your other life, you are the Royal Highness. Who am I?
So,
It's a
Chair,
corona to
at
confuse.
1 o'clock,
Royal Highness.
1 o'clock, I'm joining other political portfolio committee, which I can't mention here.
No problem, Chief Whip. Whom am I to stop you? 1 o'clock will be done by that time. That's why I was expecting
No,
us
in case
to finish earlier today. So
in case you can't manage it to that level. Thank you, Chair.
no, it will be managed. Here we're getting a progress report. It's not like we're starting. That's why we expect the department to be very short in what they would be presenting, so that we allow members to probe and assess the progress, because we're dealing with quarter 3 and 4 and the expenditure. So I would move to the point of the next item, where I allow the minister to lead as the head of the executive in the delegation that is before the portfolio committee. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me again acknowledge the different members of the portfolio, the leadership, and fellow honorable members that are here, departmental officials led by the SecDef. And again, Chair, thank you again for the opportunity to come and present to yourselves. And Chair, I don't think I can leave member of the EFF's, I guess, compliments unchallenged, because I don't want to leave an impression that if I'm unable to attend meetings, it's because I'm being delinquent. If I'm unable, I always send apologies and always request my colleagues from the department to attend. So it's not out of delinquency. So I don't think I really should be congratulated for coming when I'm able to come, because when I'm able to come, I come. When I'm not, I really, as I say, always humbly appeal to be excused. So, but thank you very much, Chair. And I will ask the SecDef to lead the team in presenting. But thank you again for the opportunity. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. In terms of doctrine of separation of powers, you are the member of the executive, you are not our member, so you don't all the time have to be in our meeting, but we also appreciate if you are present in our meeting. We normally get deputy ministers when you are not available or when there is an apology. So we are very clear in terms of our operations, and it's much appreciated that you are here, so that we don't create a suspicion or a perception of anything or any way. It's much appreciated, but we know that when you are present, it will help us to progress faster as a portfolio committee. We are also conscious of the fact that you are not our member. You are here in terms of provisions of Section 55 of the Constitution, in terms of us playing oversight on you as the executive. I thank you. SecDef, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Good morning, Minister, as well. Chair, I should not waste too much of your time. As you said, the presenters will hit the most critical points, but members will remember that this type of representation is more of an aggregate picture of many of the presentations that we've been given throughout. It just says, when you take an overall view of how the department performed in the last financial year, this is what the picture looks like. I have Karin van der Berg, who is a director in the department, who will do the presentation. She is supported by the acting chief financial officer, Mr. Abotsi. Karin, you have the floor, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary for Defense and honorable members. As indicated, we will provide a high-level overview of the department's Q3 and 4 performance reports, both financial and non-financial. In doing so, on slide 4, I will just touch briefly on the performance landscape that was applicable during these 2 quarters under review, highlight the financial performance as at the end of the 4th quarter, the current human resource status, and then how the department contributed to the medium-term development plan, and by doing so, the employment of forces. In terms of the performance landscape, as the committee is well aware, the department continued to operate under very tight fiscal constraints and limited resource availability during the quarters, and that required the ongoing reprioritization of expenditure and possible risks to ensure that we are force ready, our capabilities are sustained, and we endeavor to have full implementation of our mandated outputs. A significant portion of the budget was consumed by compensation of employees, which then limited flexibility for capital investment and modernization, and it created pressures on operational funding and support services. Notwithstanding that, the department executed all audit commitments as directed, both inside and outside the borders of South Africa, and focused on key service delivery areas in support of the mandate. Some of the prominent service delivery challenges that impacted on mandate achievement related to air defense systems modernization constraints. And here we can say, although the recent capital allocation from the National Treasury provided a short-term relief, this phased upgrading of systems does not necessarily adequately address the air defense underlying technical challenges. And in the absence of a coordinated multi-year funding model, certain initial upgrades may reach their end of life before secondary systems can be addressed. In terms of maritime capability constraints, the most prominent factor here is due to the prolonged vessel maintenance and repair cycles, largely attributable to historical underfunding. And in this regard, the progress in terms of the upgrade of one of our frigates, the SAS Isandlwana, remains significantly delayed over the period under review. And this was then also further hampered by current departmental system compatibility challenges between the central supplier database and our e-procure system due to different operating versions, and it hampered service delivery at the end of the day. Of specific note is that the long-term force evolution strategy and planning concept has been approved by Cabinet on 6 May, and the department is now working towards finalizing documentation so that it can be engaged upon through the parliamentary processes. It is important that the performance landscape on slide 9 provide year-to-date status, and this status does not 100% relate to the pre-audited annual performance that the department concluded and submitted in terms of Section 41C to the Auditor General for audit purposes. Need to say we provide the information Q4, but all legislative requirements in terms of finalizing the DOD annual report has been complied with and is currently under consideration with the Auditor General South Africa. In terms of our financial performance, the DOD received through the adjusted estimate of expenditure an additional amount of just over 1.8 billion, of which 1.449 billion was for United Nations and the SADC reimbursements for deployments in the DRC and Mozambique in previous financial periods, as well as an amount of 439 million for the employer early retirement program for SANDF members. I need to indicate that that amount was not expended during the year under review, and I will elaborate there on later in the slides. Just a snapshot of the final expenditure status against the 59 billion allocation at the end of Q4, 31 March. The DOD expended 105.5% of the allocation, 62 billion. This related to an over-expenditure as indicated visually on that slide and is therefore classified in our annual financial statements as unauthorized expenditure. And this relates then to the 4th year in a row where the department classified the over-expenditure as unauthorized. The over-expenditure is mainly due to a 3.6 billion that was driven by cost pressures within the compensation of employee budget due to an insufficient allocation to sustain the current human resource component or feet on the ground. To this extent, the department had no other option than to utilize reserve forces to support current military operations, as well as increased military operations recently in support of the South African Police Services. And this contributed to 58% of the unauthorized expenditure, the reserve force utilization. I mentioned that the 439 million received through the adjusted estimate of national expenditure was not expended, and National Treasury will be approached for rollover in terms of the provisions of the Treasury Regulation 6.4. Touching on the current status of our human resources, 40.399 billion was expended at the end of Q3, relating to a 3.69 billion over expenditure, as mentioned in the previous slides. Of note is that our planned average strength was 710 persons less than planned, and that was mainly due to staffing processes, specifically in the area of public service act personnel that did not realize as planned. The increased operational requirements of the SANDF, as mentioned, necessitated an expanded reserve force component, and the planned utilization was exceeded by 2,318,241 and 241 man days to a cost of 2.128 billion, representing the 58% of the unauthorized expenditure. If we proceed to non-financial performance information and we look at the DOD's contribution to the medium-term development plan intervention indicators relevant to areas where the Department of Defense is the lead department. Firstly, in terms of effective border security, out of the 3 intervention areas, the department complied to 2 of the planned targets, whilst the percentage implementation of the border safeguarding optimization plan was at 17% against a 25% implementation plan for the first year of the 5-year strategic period. And the main contributing factor to this relates directly to the supply chain system and process within the department. 15 subunits were deployed across 7 of our provinces, and we've done 2 air border patrols during Q3 and 4, where our borders were in Limpopo towards Botswana and Zimbabwe, were protected by means of visual reconnaissance flights to secure areas where our land forces could not get to certain border cross points. If we looked at enhanced peace and security in Africa, the improvement year on year on slide 19 relates to maritime coastal patrols, where the department historically struggled to execute all maritime coastal patrols as planned. During the year under review and the last quarters, all 4 maritime coastal patrols were executed. As per previous reports, due to the fact that both the SA Air Force and the SA Navy were unable to provide 100% of the SADC pledges, the compliance rate against that indicator stood at 86% at the end of Q4. And in terms of external operations conducted, the department did not execute any Operation Copper long-range maritime patrols, specifically alongside the Mozambican Channel during the year under review. But the committee will be aware that the presidential minutes have been signed during the past week to authorize the joint forces to execute copper operations during the current year again. Through the employment of forces and in support of the Medium-Term Development Priority 3, forces were deployed outside the borders of South Africa in terms of Operation Mistral, support UNP support operation, and one general military assistance operation, OPTIBA, that has been terminated in terms of the extraordinary summit of the heads of state, and forces were directed to withdraw during the period of under review. Of specific note is the SANDF's participation in planned joint, interdepartmental, interagency and multinational military exercises. During the period under review, 3 such exercises were planned to be conducted, of which during Q1, the first exercise Accord that would have taken place between the SANDF and the United States military forces were cancelled. However, during Q4, exercise Mosey, a trilateral naval exercise, were conducted in Simonstown during January, and the focus of this exercise was to promote safe navigation and maritime economic security. And this was done between Brazil, Egypt, Ethiopia, and Indonesia. A huge milestone, not only for the department, but specifically our maritime defense capability, was the fact that the SIC Amatola frigate, for the first time in a decade, participated in an exercise far out of our area of our EZZ, along the eastern seaboard in India in February during exercise Milan. And that was a huge milestone for our maritime forces. With regards to internal operations for effective border safeguarding, the SANDF deployed in 4 internal operations as and when required, of which safety and security support in support of the police services was the most prominent. 15 sub-units deployed across 7 of our provinces, and the the operational successes recorded over the year under review is indicated in the table. Maritime coastal patrols, as I mentioned, during Q3 and 4, were conducted by the SAS Adam Kok, a multi-mission inshore patrol vessel, where the first patrol took place during October-November, from the shores between Saldanha to the Orange River mouth, and the second one between Lambert's Bay and Cape Infanta in the Western Cape during January and February. The SANDF deployed forces in cooperation of the police in the Johannesburg area, Western area, to combat illegal mining during January. Of specific note is that this operation was expanded in Q4 to include 4 other provinces, being the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, North-Western Free State, and the mandate was then extended to include criminal activities relating to gangsterism, and mission-ready training commenced during March, end of Q4, for the deployments. If we just have a high-level snapshot of Q3 achievement across the 5 Department of Defence outputs, of which output 2 to 5 relates to force employment in terms of capabilities prepared, provided, employed, and supported. The department achieved 11 out of the 15 planned targets, constituting to 73%. Of note is that this achievement was a 29% quarter-to-quarter increase in performance during Q3. However, during Q4 on slide 29, performance decreased substantially with 26%, where the department managed to achieve 16 out of 34 targets. And of specific note is in terms of output 3, capabilities provided, which relates to the number of hours flown and hours at sea per year, where again the department did not achieve those targets due to certain air defense system and maritime capability constraints mentioned previously. The final slide just indicates the relationship of performance from Q1 to Q4 and the year-to-date aggregate of targets achieved. This 49% achievement at the end of Q4 does not fully account for the pre-audited annual achievement. It slightly differs. And currently the Auditor General is performing the audit of predetermined objectives in this area. Thank you, honourable members. This concludes the presentation on the DOD Q3 and 4 financial and non-financial performance.
Acting CFO.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. There's nothing further from my side, sir. SecDef, we are done from our side. Through you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll then move to our next item that has to deal with the presentation of the DMV. Then thereafter, we'll allow members to ask questions before we move for the adoption of the APP of the Portfolio Committee. DMV, over to you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, colleagues, Secretary for Defence. Our presentation will be done by Mr. Siengo, the performance information part, and the financial part will be done by the CFO. Thank you very much, Chair. Through you, can I invite then Mr. Siengo to present?
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, DG, Secretary of Defense, and to all the colleagues that are present in the platform. As indicated, we are going to present similarly to what DOD has done, Q3 and 4. It's also at high level in information, chair and members. And I must indicate that similarly to what DOD has reported, we have complied with the submission of our annual report to AGSA and also to the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on the 31st of May. Now we are just undergoing through the process of quality assuring, and ensuring that then the final output of that annual report is in accordance to what is required. So this information that is presented here for Q3 and 4, based on the engagements that we had when we present the annual report, it might slightly be, we have changed because of the things that we're busy engaging on between the various stakeholders, which is AG, internal audit, and the audit committee. This is just how then we present our, the achievement in terms of our performance targets, where green was saying that what we had planned to do has been achieved. For yellow, we are saying then that it's mostly where then there's work that has been done, but the final product has not been 100% achieved. With red, we are saying then we have really not moved. So if you look at the overall pre-audited performance of the department, as I indicated, that we are still in the process of working with AGSA around this. The measurement for DMV for 25-26, we've achieved 50% of all the set targets in our 2025-26 APP. But when you look at then at Q4, we basically achieved 9 of the 19 targets that we were meant to achieve. When you break it down then to performance per program, where both in Q3 and Q4, you see that what we are saying here is that there is slight improvement from Q3 to Q4, because in Q3 we were 33%, and in Q4 we moved then to 40%. With that is administration program. With the socio-economic support program, it remained stable at 57% for both quarters. And with empowerment and stakeholder management, which is the last program in the department, we improved by 3%. Then what we are trying to do here, so that then the members can have a sense in terms of from Q1 to Q4, is to indicate then how the department has fared for all the quarters. And as I indicated, I think the second last column, this is what we anticipate in the annual report, but it may change based on the engagement that we are having then with AGSA. So what we are saying then, as our conclusion, is that from the previous financial year, there's really moderate improvement in terms of the targets that have been set by the department. Then when I then move to each of the programs, But I will not take long here, Chair, because it's just because there's a lot of information, Chair and members, is to indicate that in areas where we have not performed in Program 1, it's the when we had promised that we are going to, or we were targeted that we are going to implement the ICT strategy. We have developed, working with SITA, there were 10 targeted modules. We have developed 9 of those. As such, we had developed 10. They went through user testing. The 10th one was rejected. So, now they have to go and redevelop that one. What we want to do with this system, we anticipate that in our discussion and engagement with SITA, that by December of this year, we should have a live system in the Department of Military Veterans. And then the other one, it's PPI 106, the research agenda. We have developed a research agenda which focuses inward in the department and also outwards towards issues of military veterans. We did not finalize it by the 31st of March. However, it has since been finalized and signed off. And now we in this financial year, we are busy now with the implementation plan of that particular agenda. When we move then to Program 2, as I indicated that Program 2, for Quarter 3 and Quarter 4, it remains stable. I mean, for Quarter 3 and Quarter 4, it remains stable at 57%. I think the biggest, this is a program that hosts many benefits for military veterans. This is where the pension benefit is, which is problematic. As we speak now, it has challenges, funding challenges. And also, I think the honorable members have raised a number of issues around the housing program of the department. I must indicate, though, that with the housing program, there is with the intervention of the minister set up a transversal ministerial task team. And through that task team, there is a sub-task team that has been convened that consists of National Treasury, Department of Military Veterans, and the Department of Human Settlements. Really, the intention there is to find efficiencies and alternative ways in terms of how to fast track the delivery of houses to military veterans. Most of the issues in the current service delivery model of housing that we experience is really lack of service size. It's poor contract management in terms of the contractors. So we are trying then to work around those particular challenges. And as I indicated, with the pension benefit, the critical issue here is funding. And I think we did report to the portfolio committee that we are engaging with National Treasury in terms of unlocking this particular problem, and also with JIPA, because what we are doing with JIPA, because there are a lot of applications, that have not been. I think we're sitting with over 20,000 applications that are not in the system. They are in the system, but they've not been processed. So we wanted to quantify, after we had reviewed the regulations, we want to quantify those military veterans that will qualify with the new regulations, so that we can then again approach National Treasury for funding. Then when we move to program 3, program 3, as I indicated, there was just a slight improvement of 3% in terms of its targeted performance from quarter 3 to quarter 4. Here, the biggest challenge, without going through the details of all the indicators, Chair and members, it's the education support for dependents of military veterans. We have not opened for 2 years because of budget constraints in the department. It's one of the engagements that we are continuously having with National Treasury, because it's really problematic. I think, Chair, I will through you and through your permission, then call upon the CFO then to take us through the financials, if you allow, Chair.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, Minister DM, Ambassador SecDef, DG of the DMV and colleagues. Mine is going to be very quick, Chair. At a very high level, the department has spent 821.1 million, or 94% of the total 875.4 million allocated budget. We have declared a surplus of 49.4 million, predominantly coming from the inability to fill posts, of which some of those funds were then done through environment to compensate the shortfall on military veterans pension. But overall, there is a saving of 15.5 million against cost of employees. And probably the bigger chunk of the surplus is located under goods and services, predominantly on the deferred activities, including the SANVA elective conference, which was deferred to May, and that has since taken place. And there was a bit of saving under capital expenditure, against which we had planned to buy all the necessary furniture and equipment required for the new premises. We were unable to then move into the new premises as DPW has not procured the building. In terms of the overall, as Mr. Siango has indicated, the areas of cost pressure, Chair and members, is around the military veterans pension, but it has already been covered by Mr. Siango in terms of the interventions that we are busy on, as well as in terms of the interventions that we are engaged on with the PSA and National Treasury in terms of the organogram. But what is outstanding from us in terms of the military veterans pension is for the JIPA to then conclude the assessment of the remaining applications, so that then together with National Treasury, we can do a proper costing of the total funding requirement. Then together with National Treasury, then we can engage on the appropriate funding model to be presented to the ministers. That is at a high level view, Chair. And maybe if I can move to the next slide just to depict something. Next slide, please, Mr. Siango. Mr. Siango. Next slide. On this slide, all we wanted to just demonstrate, Chair and members, is this is a slide after all the violence, and this is what is depicted on the unaudited annual financial statement in terms of the appropriation statement. This confirms the 49.4 million I had referred to, Chair. But of utmost importance is the level of environment that are depicted on this slide, Chair. If you look, there is a environment column which shows that under program 2, at the top quadrant of the slide, there is a 34 million, which is environment from program 1 at 27 million, and 7 million from program 3. This 34 million was done over and above the 8% threshold that is allowed by Section 43 of the PMFA. We have since then recorded this as irregular expenditure. We had to take this risk because we did not have funds to pay the pension for the month of February and March. So then at management level, we said rather control the damage of non-paying and returning money to Treasury. We rather take irregular expenditure, Chair and members. That is the message from this slide. Next slide, please. And next slide. This slide at a very high level, Chair, this is just a confirmation in terms of the progression by quarter. You will see that by quarter 3 already, we already have an over expenditure, mainly under socio-economic support, at around 68 million. Again, that is the cost pressure coming from military veterans pension, as well as the cost pressure on healthcare support to military veterans. Suffice to mention, Chair and members, that even on healthcare support, the current model financially is not sustainable. So we are then engaging internally to then source a more appropriate funding model which will be affordable when we then disperse the healthcare benefits to military veterans. Probably, Chair, that will be all I would like to cover from the finance perspective. Thank you so much, Chair and members. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are then returning the baton back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DOD and DMV. We welcome your presentation. I would now like to take this opportunity to allow members to ask questions. Please just be specific whether you are asking DOD or DMV in your question, so that we can get to know what is happening. I see the hand of Honorable Hala, Honorable Harden, Honorable Munyai, Honorable Non-Danger.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Order. Honorable Niehaus. Honorable Shelembe. All right, those are the hands in that order. Honorable Cele. Oh, yes. Those are the hands. Over to you, honorable members.
What you are seeing on the screen, Chair? What you are seeing on the screen?
Hello.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, Honorable members and colleagues. Chair, let me also accept the two presentations tabled here. My first question is on DOD. There's always been this cry of over expenditure on COEs. My question now is what measures are being put in place to limit over expenditure in 2026 and 2027 financial years? My second question, DOD, now that we have terminated missions in the DRC and Mozambique, will there be less reliance on reserve force mandates in the current financial year 2026-2027? And lastly, the National Treasury approved the rollover of the 439 million allocated to the early retirement program project to 2026. Just to confirm, has the National Treasury approved that for 39 million? Thank you. Then with, can I go to DMV, Chair?
No problem.
Yeah, DMV. It is said that only 2.5 million was spent on capital assets compared to a budgeted 23.5 million. Now, what is the impact of this on operations at the DMV? The second question is, what was the breakdown of the over expenditure against planned expenditure for education support, military veterans, pensions? Let me stop there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hala. Next member.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Chair, yes, firstly, Department of Defense. Well, it confirms the trend that we've seen in the past. Nothing has changed. We, the department again exceeded the budget far as approved by the Parliament. Nothing has come from the intention to stay within the budget. Overspent by 3.2 billion, mainly because of the COE again carrying the bulk of the expenditure, and with no reaction, no plan from the Department of Defense to get into the budget. Now, this is a concern because this trend has been there for many, many years, and it's been reported year after year by the Auditor General. But there's only a one-sided approach on this, and this is the demand for more money. More money wasn't forthcoming, and at the present it is not forthcoming. There are promises, yes, but if you can't stay within, you can't get the budget that you need, you have to cut your expenditure. If you can't afford a luxury car, you have to scale down, and we haven't seen that happening. We've seen some attempts to cut the COE, but it barely just touches the problem. And then we sit, I'm getting a lot of phone calls and concerns from members who were promised to exit. Apparently, there needs to be signed off at Treasury or by the Minister, but people do not exit the system, although they've been promised an early exit. So that is even not working. But whatever is being done, it doesn't work. It's not enough. So, Chair, we need to know what concrete structural measures, not temporary measures, will ensure that we get the COE closer to the budget. We will, in the next financial year, in the current financial year, 26-27. And is there a target date where the department foresee that they will actually be within in the budget, because it appears that nobody cares about the budget. We just continue with escalating COE while everything else in the SANDF suffers. Flying hours, hours at sea, maintenance of equipment, everything else suffers because of the out of control COE. We need to get somewhere with this. And Chair, you will know, in the past 2 years, we've been complaining about this, asking about this, begging about this, and there's nothing forthcoming from the department on this. The ERP, that's what I referred to earlier, but we don't see any effect. And then it is postponed apparently for members from time to time. Now, with that background, and I know, and we all know, it impacts on our operational readiness. And the question now is not, there's no debate anymore about the decline of the SANF. That is a fact. Now, obviously, there need to be some urgent measures taken. There needs to be priorities set on which operational capabilities we need to maintain. And then we also need to know on which operational capabilities have deteriorated so much, or were allowed to deteriorate, that they are not there anymore. I think this committee has got the right to know about this. Chair, this comes to the real issue in the SANF. The funding, the effect that two things, the lack of funding and the lack of ability of the SANF to adjust to a decreased funding as on the SANF and on the SANDF's constitutional mandate, which at this stage is under serious pressure. So we need some critical answers on that. We can go into deeper, but before we don't address these issues, everything else will be empty promises and empty commitments. And Chair, I appreciate that the Minister has got time to be with us, and I think we all appreciate that there's some movement on the naval side in exercises, and also obviously the participation of the Amatola in Malan. But while the Minister is here, Chair, I would like to also just ask a question on what is referred to also in the quarterly report on the Amatola's visit to China. While we were on oversight visit in Simonstown, a member from who traveled to China and participated in the exercise mentioned that some equipment was taken to China and some other equipment was come back. Now, obviously, there are NCACC concerns and obligations here. I would like whether the Minister can confirm whether equipment was in fact taken to China and some other equipment was returned, and if so, what it was. Chair, moving on to the DOD, DMV actually. Chair, I need to understand, we have been there and we saw what is happening at the Department of Military Veterans Office. We saw the so-called call center, or this dysfunctionality of the call center, and that is precisely the reason why members of Parliament in a big way has become the call center for and contact center for military veterans. Not that it helps, because we really get responses in our inquiries from the department either. But now I've got a new issue that I've been receiving calls from, being the call center, and that is that the department has closed the walking access to the database section at the office, but it's not clear if veterans can still, and it's now from yesterday until I think it'll open on the 6th roundabout, it's not clear whether everything was closed. Do they not allow veterans in the office anymore? What is it? Because it's very poorly communicated. We need to know that, and I need to know that so I can communicate to the veterans that phones me, because they don't get answers on emails, they don't get answers on their phone calls. When they go there, sometimes they get answers, but now they're not allowed apparently in the office. So that route has also been stopped for them. We need to get some clarity on this. Chair, and while I'm on this, I've asked many times, we need a number where we as members of parliament can get, send an email to where we know that we will get a response. That is still not, has not over 2 years, not been provided to us. Chair, getting to the presentation, and it's significant that it's actually confirmation that this is a struggling department. Spending 94% of its budget, but only achieve 50% of its target, annual performance targets, which was promised to us, and we accepted it. And they come with a 50% report after spending 94% of the budget. So we need to know why is this happening? What is still keeping the department back? The minister's here. We should also perhaps get some feedback on the vacancies and the acting positions, which is now becoming actually, well, I think it has become illegal. We haven't seen the reports on that. So then on the pension funding crisis, we know there are qualifying pension beneficiaries who do not get paid because of insufficient funds, but we don't know the quantity. Exactly how many pension applications have been approved but remain unpaid, and how much additional funding is required to pay every qualifying beneficiary, and is there any indication when this will happen? And then we sit also with a big number of applications that have not been assessed that will actually put a bigger pressure on this. Then, Chair, although in the Act, it's a legal obligation that the means test should be applied. And I know that the approved pension regulations actually now also include that. But we haven't seen any results of and the impact of the means test. Has it now been implemented? Has it been implemented retrospectively? How many existing pension beneficiaries have been assessed? Have some of them been eliminated from the system? How many beneficiaries are there that have failed? Well, we know of people who are very, very healthy and who are earning big salaries, who are registered on the database. We do not know whether they receive benefits. There are a number of members of parliament, and also that I know of some people in the civil service that are members of or appear on the database. But surely they should not, if they're on the database, surely they should not qualify for any benefits. We need to get a presentation and details on the means test and how it's been implemented. Is it effective to reduce, to get people out of the system and to give deserving people who really need it the benefits that people are earning other big salaries are actually getting benefits that they should not get. And the question is, what's the efficiency of this, and do we create the space for more needy veterans to receive those benefits? Chair, I'm taking up some time. I will conclude that with that. So the issue here, I need some information on the means test, detail on the pensions, and the other crucial aspect, obviously, being the medical benefits. We are now also receiving phone calls from veterans claiming that they are receiving legal letters because the service provider that they had to go to has not been paid. So, Chair, we see the report. It doesn't bring for us any light. It doesn't bring, I think it makes us more depressive than what we've been before we've seen this. And I can only hope that there's some light in the tunnel somewhere. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Munyai.
You can hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Esteemed Honorable Chairperson, esteemed Honorable members, esteemed Honorable Minister and Secretary of Defense, I welcome indeed, I use we, by the way, we welcome indeed the excellent presentation made by the DOD and the DMV. We welcome the really department's recorded measurable progress. Today, for the first time, let me talk facts, not fiction, that were fed in the media discourse, driven by members who have turned themselves into pseudo-journalists, seeking populism rather than reporting the facts. Honorable Chair, facts matters, not fiction. I refuse to be an MP on perpetual complaint mode, but I choose to be an MP who provide strategic, robust oversight and provide solution to my country as a true patriot. On the strategic and policy milestone journey, oh, my lovely journey to greatness, we welcome the approval of the long-term force evolution strategy. Here we're speaking of the DOD, that they achieved a major strategic milestone with the cabinet approval on the 6th of May, 2026 of the long-term force evolution strategy and defense planning concept. This 30-year plan, Honorable Chair, it will map out a future development of SANDF, as we are now aware as honorable members that this is set to proceed to Parliament processes for our engagement as a members of Parliament. Of course, when fully funding mechanism against this plan has been finalized. What are the specific progress in respect of the DOD, Honorable Chair? On budget execution that demonstrate operational demand, the DOD successfully utilized its entire adjusted budget allocation, exceeded it because of operational requirements rather than underspending. Additional funding from the reinvestment of the United Nations and the SADC was secured to support the peacekeeping operation and border safeguarding initiative. In final analysis, Honorable Chair, is that we have noted the high budget absorption. The DOD demonstrated a significant financial activity, spending 105.5%. This is 3.329 billion of the planned budget allocation, largely driven by operational demand, compensation of employees' cost. Maybe just to emphasize the point, is that additional revenue secured. The DOD secured additional 1.8 billion through the adjustment estimate national expenditure, including reimbursement for the UN and SADC deployment from the previous financial period. On the mandate relating to strong border safeguarding results, here, first and foremost, Honorable Chair, We must put the record straight and welcome the progress without any shadow of any doubt of Operation Corona that delivered a measurable operational success. To be specific, we have noted 14 illegal firearms recovered, 7,476 undocumented foreign nationals apprehended, 275 criminals arrested, 109 stolen vehicles recovered, 103 million worth of contraband confiscated. What does this demonstrate, Honorable Chair? It demonstrates that despite operating with a constrained financial resources, border protection operation produced a tangible national security outcome. Today's meeting is about performance, not drama. On international defense cooperation, which we believe it has been strengthened, we noted that SADF participated, or maybe I must put specific, exercise on Milan 26. This, we have noted SS Amatola successfully participating in the multilateral naval exercise in India, enhancing interoperability and professional interaction with other navies. On the exercise of Monsi III, we have conducted a trilateral naval exercise in Simonstown that was focusing on maritime security with observers from all other 4 countries. This is a progress we're talking about. This multinational naval exercise strengthened the regional and international military cooperation in the context of multilateralism. Honorable Chair, it is also important to record on the issues of non-financial performance, because the meeting, as I said earlier, is about performance, non-financial performance and mandate achievement. With respect to quarterly improvement targets, the department showed a steady quarterly increase in achieving its public output indicators. Performance improved, which is 44% in quarter 2 to 73% in quarter 3. And then, of course, to 47 in quarter 4. This measured against the larger set of 34 indicators. Honorable Chair, I must say that with respect to maritime security, we have noted that we welcome and note that the department has conducted 2 maritime inshore patrol along the Western Cape and Northern Cape coastline, contributing to the domain awareness and coastal security. These are facts, not fiction. With respect to personnel levels maintained, despite fiscal pressures of this department, which we're all aware as the MP, the department maintained a force level of 70,214 personnel, close to its planned establishment of 70,924 personnel, ensuring continuity of defense capability. With regard to the progress achieved by the Department of Military Veterans, on the high budget utilization, Honorable Chair, the DMV spent 94% of its allocated budget, reflecting improved expenditure compared to the previous years. Although the underspending remain in some program and a source of concern, we know all members across the political spectrum were all concerned about our veterans. So the social support, with respect to social support, despite funding pressures, the department continued to provide benefits to our military veterans. Maybe before I could mention this specific military, let me just mention it. 4,485 military veterans and dependents received their pension funds. 2,458 bursaries were provided to military veterans and their dependents. 677 veterans and their dependents were approved for skill development program. With respect to housing delivery, Chair, a progress that we noted, but it's not sufficient. 174 newly built houses for military veterans, demonstrating continued delivery of housing support. Of course, we need to see more going forward. On the mortgage support implemented, the department approved mortgage bond subsidies for 13 eligible veterans. Is this enough? Under the financial constraint, providing housing assistance despite strict qualifying criteria need to be taken forward. Honorable Chair, I must say that with regard to the support, I don't want to reserve force. I must say these issues because it's the most criticized program, I must say. With regard to employment of the reserve force, the DOD made a progress in fulfilling its operational requirement by utilizing reserve force component. While this exceeded the planned 241, it enables SADF to provide a critical capacity for the current military operation and protection services at military installation. And I must say that with respect to the issues of the mandate withdrawal, the DOD successfully executed the directive from extraordinary SADC mission to withdraw all the forces from Sami DRC, which is Operation Tiba in DRC, following the termination of the mission's mandate. So these are facts. Let me just conclude, Chair. Let me conclude. I must say, Chairperson, the overall progress summary is that the department recorded a significant measurable operational gains during the reporting period. The Department of Defense strengthened the border security through significant arrests, as I've recorded earlier. I must say, Honorable Chair, similarly, the department, though personally, I will not be satisfied with respect to the military veteran issue, because these are disappearing or the disappearing generation. We need to find a mechanism when the resources are made available. We have to make sure, just to be precise, the progress with respect to, we noted the delay of not paying the pension, extra pension and benefits for military veterans. The source was around the issues of what? Credible database finalization. The progress thus far that has been registered, we must really welcome the team led by His Excellency, the former Ambassador Mseleku, on the issue of the verification. 7 provinces has been finalized, verified, and the team is currently busy with KwaZulu-Natal and subsequently to conclude with the Eastern Cape. Chairperson, how can I ask a question on so much clear, recorded facts of progress, not fiction? I leave it there. That was my contribution, Chairperson. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nontenja.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. Chairperson, the issue of compensation of employees over expenditure remains an ongoing challenge with the DOD. The department has been unable or unwilling to implement comprehensive and permanent exit mechanisms to rejuvenate the force and cap the COE over expenditure. Following repeated instances of over expenditure, what measures are being put in place to limit over expenditure in the current year, 2026-27? What is the expected impact of the early retirement program on DOD personnel numbers, comparing the position at the end of the last financial year with the projected figures for the current financial year? Chairperson, we note from the 2025 PDMV budget report, in its recommendations of the 2025 PCDMV budget report, the urge the DOD, including SANDF leadership, to drastically minimize unnecessary spending and divert all discretionary funds towards operational effectiveness of the SANDF, specifically equipment availability and training. We request clarity on whether this was implemented and whether proof of such diversions
Honorable Non-Danger, are you there?
Oh no.
Or are you done? Okay.
I'm here.
All right.
I thought I was audible. I wasn't audible.
No, we missed you. We missed you at some point, but you can proceed.
Okay, must I start all over?
No, you can proceed. I'm sure.
Okay, Chair.
All right.
Only 17% of the budget of the border safeguarding optimization plan has been implemented, compared to a 25% plan implementation, which was low itself. But what are the reasons for only achieving 17%? I would like to get clarity on the air border patrols target, which simply states that 100% air border patrols were conducted without giving an actual number of patrols. Is it possible that the committee can be provided with the actual numbers? A serious concern relates to the DOD not achieving its targets for audits completed in terms of the risk-based internal audit plan. The AGSA has made various repeat findings against the DOD, and measures to address these findings are essential. The DOD should provide us with a clarity on why this target was not achieved. Chair, what accounts for the significant increase in the number of illegal foreign nationals apprehended along the borders during the third and fourth quarters compared to the first two quarters of 2025-26? If we can be provided with a clarity there. How did they manage to do it now on the last two quarters? What are the reasons for the border safeguarding organization plan not being implemented in the last financial year, and what measures are being put in place to ensure that it is implemented in the current financial year. On DMV, what was the breakdown of over expenditure against planned expenditure for education support and military veterans pensions? Will the cost pressures on pensions and education support continue in the current year? And if so, how is this managed to ensure that DMV remains within its allocated budget for the financial year? The DMV notes a pre-audit outcome of 50% achievement against set targets for the last financial year, with 7 targets achieved in Q3 out of 15 targets, and 9 targets achieved in Q4 out of 19 targets. What are the reasons for this underperformance? Chairperson, I will pause there, but before I get off, I would like to know if the Secretariat has received the previous questions, because some of these things are built up from the questions that were asked and we never received the answers. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Niels, followed by Honorable Shelembe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and let me thank the 2 departments, the Department of Military Veterans and also the Department of Defense for these Q3 and Q4 reports. Chair, I must say that I wonder if some of our honorable members have actually engaged with the same very disconcerting reports that we've received today. But anyhow, we know why they do what they do. Fortunately, Chair, my party, the Economic Freedom Fighters, does not expect from me to be a praise singer. We all know that both the Departments of Defense and military veterans are in serious crisis and decline, and I will certainly continue to speak to that situation. Chair, my input today is meant to keep those responsible for these poor reports accountable and to keep their feet to the fire. The Q3 and Q4 2025-2026 reports for the Department of Defense and the Department of Military Veterans continue to reveal a stark disconnect between the monies spent and the actual results or lack of results delivered. I'm first going to refer to the Department of Defense. The department spent 62.329 billion, which is a whopping 3.257 billion over its adjusted budget of 59.072 billion. Chair, this unauthorized expenditure was driven almost entirely by compensation of employees. It is a 3.696 billion overspent, and also the excessive reserve force mandates, which eventually led to an extra 2.128 billion. All of this happened, Chair, despite the instructions that the Department of Defense had received from the National Treasury has to be a clear action taken against the cost of employment, and also dealing with the issue of rejuvenation of the force. We have received reports from the National Treasury that the department simply continues along its merry way without responding to the concerns and the instructions that they received from National Treasury. This report confirms it. Despite this massive overspend, overall performance collapsed from 73% in Q3 to a dismal 47% in Q4. Critical targets are missed. It includes border safeguarding optimization, only 17% versus 25%. External operations, 67%. SADC standby force, 86%. And sea and flying hours, training compliance, internal audits, and ICT governance. Chair, the core dysfunction is clear. Money is consumed by an unsustainable personnel bill, while operational readiness and capability continues to be eroded. Let me now turn to the Department of Military Veterans. The department spent 94% of its 878.5 million budget, but recorded a 49.4 million rand underspent, which is offset again by an 80 million overspent on pensions and education benefits. Sadly, overall performance stagnated at 50%. The core failures, Chair, are glaring. Only 174 out of 250 houses built. And unlike some other honorable members here, I will not praise such poor performance. 4,485 out of 6,500 pension recipients were reached, also because of apparently insufficient funds. 0 employment placements. Bursaries at 2,458 of 4,500, with no new applications for a period of 2 years. Skills development undermined by quality failures. Mortgage approvals at just 30%. And foundational work on the ICT strategy and the research agenda for 2030, which we perpetually hear about with no progress, remains incomplete. Now, I've got 5 questions for the Department of Defense and 5 questions for the Department of Military Veterans, and then I will conclude. My first question to the Department of Defense. Given the 3.257 billion unauthorized expenditure, and this is, as I've already pointed out, primarily because of the cost of employment overspent, what binding, time-bound exit and rejuvenation plan with numerical targets, legal instruments, and funding will be implemented in the 2026-2027 financial year to break this perpetual cycle? Every year we get the same reports, the same lack of performance, and there is no end and light at the end of the tunnel. And why has comprehensive HR reform been deferred despite repeated overspending? Of course, this relates also to what I've said, that the department continues to simply ignore the instructions that they receive from National Treasury. My second question, with the DRC Mozambique missions terminated and reduced, Why do sea hours, flying hours, and air and landward training and border optimization plans, which is only at 17%, remain materially underachieved? And what specific reprioritization of the overspent budget will restore operational readiness and capability sustainment? How does the Department of Defense reconcile the claim border safeguarding successes, apprehensions, and recoveries with only a 17% border optimization plan implementation and missed SADC external operation targets? And what measurable threat reduction metrics and accelerated implementation plan with funding will be delivered in 2026-2027? My last question to the Department of Defense: multiple repeat governance failures are there. It's internal audit plan, the ICT plan, the backlog cases, procurement timelines, all of these persist. What consequence management, including at a senior level, holding especially the senior management's feet to the fire, and independent assurance mechanisms will finally resolve the AGSA findings and restore internal control integrity? Let me turn now to the Department of Military Veterans. Despite an 80+ million over expenditure on socio-economic support, pension recipients reached only 4,485 out of the 6,500, and bursaries only 2,458 out of the 4,500, with no new applications opened for 2 years, as I've said. What sustainable steps are being undertaken to ensure that qualifying veterans actually receive their benefits in the 2026-2027 financial year? With regards to the core mandate deliverables, which is housing, where, as I've said, there was 174 units delivered versus the promised 250. 0 employment placements and mortgage approvals at only 30%. Chronically underperformance prevails. What root cause capacity, contractor, land, and interdepartmental coordination reforms with enforceable provincial delivery targets, because I believe that the various provinces and provincial offices of the Department of Military Veterans are being underutilized totally, will finally translate budget into tangible military veteran outcomes. With regards to foundational enablers, this is ICT that has been stalled forever, research agenda 2030, as I've said, still unapproved. All of these financial enablers remain actually totally without deliverables. What guarantees and resourcing will ensure that these are achieved this time? And how will continued failure further degrade beneficiary data integrity and service efficiency? The high ineligibility rates for mortgage bonds and skills programs suggest that there are systemic barriers in communication, in pre-application support, and also in criteria design. What evidence-based review and outreach overall will make these benefits accessible to eligible veterans rather than them being administratively exclusionary? And my last question, with only a 50% target achievement recurring annually and foundational weaknesses that remain perpetually unaddressed, what structural reforms, capacity injection, and mandate recalibration will the Department of Military Veterans pursue? And how will we, and this is a question we have to answer, Chair, as the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans, enforce accountability, including accountability for the failure of leadership, for the persistent failure to deliver on the Veterans Covenant. This is the approach we need, Chair, not praising. We need detailed 2026-27 plans with KPIs, and these should be reported to us within the next month. We need enforced reprioritization of discretionary spend to operations and veteran benefits. We need quarterly dashboards, and site visits must be increased. We need consequence management. I repeat that for the third time now, Chair, for repeat failures. And we must fast track the force evaluation strategy with oversight. We must strengthen the DMV's provincial delivery, and we must ring-fence benefit funding. I conclude, Chair, these reports show institutions that are consuming resources without delivering proportional security or care for veterans, nor delivering security in terms of the national sovereignty and security of our nation. The Portfolio Committee must not be a talk shop. We have to be a Portfolio Committee that carries out our oversight duties properly. We must insist on corrective action with teeth. That's why I'm proposing plans, timelines, and accountability. We must break this vicious cycle of failure so that 2026, 2027, in terms of that financial year, can mark a genuine turnaround rather than another year of pathetic excuses. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Qele. I said Honorable Shelembe. Honorable Shelembe followed by Honorable Qele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, I want to thank you that, from the beginning of our term of office, you used to take much time, talking, but because of your good ears, when members said now we must use our time efficiently and productively, you have become the master in chairing the meeting. I want to thank you in that. Because I understand that, we are on a political side and we have those who are on the side of administration. So we need, to be careful when speaking, whether we speak on behalf of the department or we speak on behalf of doing our oversight. Well, one must appreciate, the presentations as presented. I know that when, as members, we raise issues and concern, you'll find the same, people who are supposed to be raising questions and concern on behalf of the people on the ground, they will become the praise singers. Chair, my issue here, well, I understand the issue of understanding when it comes to compensation of employees. And I understand that the department is known as a failing department when it comes to ensuring that what is required by staff establishment is complied with, but the department is failing, to ensure that the organogram that they have to deliver the mandate, is having a lot of vacancies, which hinders the service delivery to the military, let's say to the people that we are serving. I was looking, to the issue here. I think let me concentrate more on the issue of the military veterans, because these are the human beings that for years have been sleeping without food because of the department failing to implement its mandate. I understand that the bigger problem, if I speak of the men and women who fought for this country, that if they wake up in the morning crying that they don't have food, and there are people responsible and being paid to ensure that those people, men and women, have food on their plate, are not doing enough. And we always come with the excuses to say this and that. While we appreciate that the unrolling of the pension for military veterans, but it's very, very concerning that we might experience another problem where there is no money for pension benefits. I understand the issue of the cost pressures as being presented to us on pension and education support. But I don't know what is the department doing to prevent the outcry at the last moment, that they can see that with what they have, they won't make it. They have also said they were able to continue paying pensions by taking from where they were underspending. What would happen should be no underspending in any of these programs? It means now our military veterans will have a problem. I would check maybe that if maybe the minister will try to do everything possible in her hands to address this situation before we come to a crisis, motivating that we cannot afford to accept where there will be no money for military veterans. And also, as I'm sticking to military veterans, a promise was made, and that promise must be fulfilled, and it is in the Act that the department will do everything possible to provide employment placement opportunities for the military veterans. I can see that that is a challenge if we say for years there has been a constant, under achievement in that program. Then I'll ask, also the minister to say, maybe to guide us or tell us what is that she intends doing to address the situation if other departments are engaged, what is happening. I've had, a presentation from AMSCO that they have employed, some of the military veterans. But looking to the report here, it says, no employment has been made. Another thing, members have, raised it. I think maybe when it comes to reporting, the department now must tell maybe in every quarter what is the status of the call center? How many calls are being received a month? How many calls have not been answered? So that we can see where we are going. And also, I'm looking to the issue of the housing for the military veterans. I mean, an issue has been raised that one of the challenges faced by the department is the shortage or non-availability of serviced sites in municipalities. I will appreciate maybe in the next meeting or in the next report that the department just finished this portfolio committee with those municipalities that do not have or support to ensure that, I mean, we have the service sites. And also the department must tell us what attempt has been made to communicate with those municipalities why there are no, I mean, service sites. And also, I mean, now the minister engagement with the Department of Culture to say what role they are playing to address and assist the DMV that we do have, I mean, at the service side. Then also, I mean, the human settlement must provide, I mean, maybe a detailed report, maybe to the minister so that we know if anything is happening, if there are development taking place in those specific municipalities, that what is happening when the human settlement is there, land or service site is made available for the military veterans. Let me, not take much time because a lot has been said by the members, which is good. I would appreciate, Chair, if one gets, the responses on this. Okay. Oh, Chair, lastly, the issue of the DMV headquarters in Pretoria, they were mentioned, and I'm asking this thing now again. I think I asked it in 2024 and 2025. What is the status of the DMV offices? Because they said they will be moving from there. Maybe if that movement is going to address and enhance the provision of services to the military veterans, this is a good initiative. But I want to know, I know the reason, but how far, what is happening with the new offices so that, at least military veterans will have more space to go in and go out without being turned away. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shelembe. Honorable Tele.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorables. On and off Prosper, a South African police service member and SNDF stand side by side facing the same danger, but their compensation structure exists in two completely different universes. Why SAPS members receive an operational deployment allowance that consider up to approximately 1,200 per day, while SNDF member roughly 13,000 a month equivalent to just for rand 30 to 500 a day allowance. Whereas still this happen under this same government that funds both SANDF and SAPS. There is a problem. The SAPS are receiving more compensation than SANDF. It's from where we're supposed to rectify that mistake. About DMV, how long does it take qualifying member to receive military veteran pension after applying? What is the cause of failing to capture a member with CPR number, file number, and force number? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kwele. I think I would, before I give over to the department to reply, I think we will have to separate issues. We have 16 billion rand fruitless, irregular, wasteful expenditure as a department. Of the 16 billion, 10.7 billion It's what we incurred in the cost of employee. And when we trace in the records, it came as a result of the underfunding of our personnel costs by the ceiling of Treasury that as the department we failed to comply with, or either we failed to argue our case. And that particular cost of employees is projected over the next medium-term expenditure framework to increase with another 4.3 billion, which will take us to a regular and wasteful and fruitless expenditure of 20.3 billion rand. Now, in our performance, in our quotas, in our APP, we commit to correct that situation, and it's not happening. And we are 2 years now in office without all those things. I would request that not in this meeting, but we get from both DOD and DMV, how are we going to avert or prevent an increase of regular, wasteful and fruitless expenditure? Because now it's threatening 20 billion rand, and no one, either from appropriations or from SCOPA, that would agree that the Defence Force has financial problems, it needs more funding. Nobody would believe you when you are at 20 billion. I mean, even now with 16 billion, the Polong Control Committee knows we met with my money, appropriation, we met with ZB, SCOPA, all of them, the argument is that your fruitless and wasteful regular expenditure is too high. And we seem not to have a strategy or a mitigation to correct that particular situation. And this brings me to a point that Honorable Minister and members of the executive, we must consider bringing either through the Skills Fund or through the Department of Labor a course in the Defence Force that will deal with financial management for non-financial managers, because the way it looks, it's like we have a problem of figures, we have a problem of systems, so that we can help each other before we bash each other or blame each other for whatever. So that support is given to some of our senior officials and officers in the military to understand financial management for non-financial managers, because we become delinquents in terms of the AG repeatedly reporting on the same problems, which seem not to be having a different solution, and always brings us to a conclusion of the same problems as the department. Now, it's like a rule, or we don't understand, so it does not appear good. The other point is we requested as the portfolio committee that you cost both DOD operations that were given, which are unfunded. I mean, we are making a joke of the directives from the president, because the president has directed that there be interventions in more than 6 provinces, and 823 million would be made available for that particular cost and operations. And today we are still told that Treasury has not allocated that money, and we are taking from other votes and other cost centers or expenditures in the department to fund that particular mandate. Until when? Because it's not sustainable, even in terms of our programs, because you can take money that goes for health of military veterans to cover and pay for 823, or take another money for another expenditure or cost center to go to pay for the cost of 823 when it was pronounced by the Commander-in-Chief. And it's expected that DOD and Treasury must comply with the directives of the Commander-in-Chief. That makes a mockery of our systems, including our democracy. Until when should we live under such situations? I think we can do better with these things. But I would want to allow the department to come in so that we clarify some of these things. So on DMV, I think you know our position as the committee. You know, it's even worse for me because I'm losing members as a result of some of the non-payment of benefits. So I think it's a matter that you'll have to address as a long-term process. But on the cost of employee, I've never had a case study from the department that tells us this the evolution of why we have such a high cost of employees, which is regarded as irregular. What was the agreement between Treasury and the DOD, and how can we get out of this particular matter? We also need to a case study where we can raise our problems as a department in terms of the defunding of the 54 billion rand and its implications on force readiness, on military capabilities of the country, and on ensuring that we deliver our mandate of territorial integrity and sovereignty and to protect the South Africans and the Republic. I would want a mini dissertation from the side of administration that explains that so that we can be armed when we talk to Treasury, we can be armed when we talk to appropriations, and we can be armed when we talk to SCOPA, because everybody is pushing a point of having an investigation in the department because there is an assertion or a belief that the department is not doing well and we are not following on those who are in conflict with the law or who are doing wrong. But as this portfolio committee, we have the capacity. We don't need any specialized or any exclusive investigation. We need only you as the department to answer our questions and have a way forward on how best we can get a win-win situation for the department. Let me hand over to you, DOD and DMV.
No, Chair, I'll ask the officials to respond to the questions that have been raised, and hopefully that maybe I don't have to come back if there are unanswered questions. So let me start off by asking your team to respond to some of the matters and then go to DMV for responses. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As per the directive of the Honorable Minister, SecDef, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We'll start with the acting CFO to tackle some of the questions, followed by Karine, and General Bessie is in the platform to deal with those specific questions that have to do with military deployments. In that order, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Minister, members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, the questions are threefold, or in three categories. The questions relate to the compensation of employees. They relate to questions around the early retirements. There are questions relating to the border safeguarding optimization plan. And then we also have questions relating to the unfunded operations and the lack of costing for OPROSPER. Chair, if we may start with the compensation of employees. On the 6th of May, we appeared before the Portfolio Committee and where we had to deal with some of the issues around the compensation of employees. On the 20th of May, we also presented to the Joint Standing Committee on Defense on the challenges we face. And one of the biggest challenges then was the underfunding of the compensation of employees is historic from 2016. And our presentation also highlighted that we currently, based on our force structures and force elements, we don't have sufficient funding for about 5,700 of our actual feet on the ground. And that is what created the snowball effect of the compensation of employees, because since 2016, the underfunding on a yearly basis had an impact on our members who were not funded, who actually were existing within the organization. What we've tried to do, and I think Honorable Munai spoke to the long-term force evolution strategy and planning concepts, about how do we now manage this strategy going forward. Because a question from all the members, Honorable Hala, Honorable Hatton, Honorable Munyai, and Honorable Nontenja, was what plans do we have in place to deal with this in the near future? Our budget of 57 billion becomes a bit of a concern, and Honorable Niehaus did raise the issue of about 60%, 67% on average is what we spend on compensation of employees on a yearly basis. That unfortunately only leaves us 18% of our budget to manage operational requirements and to run the organization of defense. So currently, with our continuous engagements with National Treasury, and we have presented joint presentations to both the Joint Standing Committee on Defense and the Portfolio Committee on Defense. But until the ceiling is lifted, we will have this concern and this challenge on a yearly basis because we kept on utilizing operational funds, which is now reduced to 18% to augment the payment of salaries. And at the end of the last financial year, when we present the annual report to you, this 3.6 billion unauthorized expenditure has now escalated into an overdraft for the Department of Defense, and it's no doing of the Department of Defense due to the challenges that we face from a budget point of view. And that has a huge impact on our sustainment. We've tried to manage these concerns by implementing the early retirement process from National Treasury. I think members are aware that 3 years ago, we were given 1.8 billion to exit our members. However, it cost the Department of Defense an additional 1.2 billion on the 1.8 billion that was given by National Treasury. So that didn't reduce our COE liability and obligations. In the current year, and Honorable Hatton has raised the issue of our members who have applied but haven't had the chance to exit. Towards the end of the last financial year, we had discussions with National Treasury about replacing the number of people we exit, because our force structures currently, we've capped it at 73,000, just trying to get 73,000 members to do the work and the mandate of the Department of Defense. So at the end of the last financial year, 439 million was given to us by National Treasury to exit. But the agreement or the recommendation from National Treasury was you will only replace 50% of who you exit. And that was not practical for the Department of Defense. So at the end of February, there was an approval now from Treasury saying you can replace the number of people you exit. But that was at the end of February. We couldn't exit those members at the end of March. So we surrendered the 439 million to National Treasury on condition that it will be rolled over and given back to us in the new current financial year for us to exit our members in July and August. But we've again engaged with National Treasury from the 1st of April, where we wrote to them indicating we are in a new year now. We want to exit these members through phase 1. Can you please give us back the money of 439 million that we rolled over? Up to now, we haven't received any response from National Treasury on rolling over those funds for us to exit our members in July and in August, for us to start the second phase of exiting our members from October all the way through to March next year. So it becomes a bit of a challenge for us in terms of trying to rejuvenate the force by exiting those who are undeployable anymore, those who are matured and those who want to exit, and bring in the young force to rejuvenate the defense force. So it's a challenge that we're facing in terms of managing this, because I would have assisted in reducing in the outer years the compensation of employees' liability for the organization. The 823 million that we haven't received for OpProsper yet has also created a challenge for us, because allowances must be paid to the members who are deployed. There was a question by Honorable Tlele about why our allowances do not tie in with the SAPS allowances. But these allowances, which is part of the 823 and the wages for our members who will be deployed for OpProsper, now we are utilizing funds that we don't have because our members are already on the streets. Our members are already out there supporting our people. And when General Bessie responds to the questions that were raised about the 17%, why have we only spent 17% on the Better Safeguarding Optimization Plan? Honorable Nontenja's question was, why is it that we only increase our numbers of apprehending the Chair, may I continue?
You can proceed. Ndademutumi, please switch off your mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So when General Bessie responds to the questions around the why our numbers have increased, it will be linked to the Op Corona and Op Prosper and the work we're doing around the borderlines. So, Chair, the questions that have been asked around the compensation of employees we've dealt with, the early retirement we've dealt with, the force evolution, the long-term force evolution that we will present to the portfolio committee, hopefully through a closed session, we'll be able to assist the portfolio committee in understanding what our strategy is going forward and how this force evolution strategy and planning concept will map out a way to deal with the issues around compensation of employees and the funding. But the challenge that we have is 2 years ago, our budget was 59 billion. Last year, the current year we are in now, our budget is 57 billion, 2 billion less, but our obligations don't change. Our day-to-day operational requirements increase because there's inflation, there's price increases, there are challenges that we face. 18% of our entire budget is what is available just to manage operations. Chair, I will stop there for now and get General Bessie to come in, where General Bessie will be able to try and respond to the questions that have been raised within the military environment, and whatever we'll not be able to respond to around the military environment, we'll provide that in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. General, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can I confirm, sir, if I'm audible? Honorable
Yes,
Chair.
you're audible, General. Permission granted. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the members, the Honorable Minister, our Secretary for Defense, and the acting CFO. Sir, what I picked up in terms of the questions that I need to respond to is firstly the one that the acting CFO has just mentioned in terms of the questions by Honorable Nontenjwa, the 17% against a 25%. The simple reason here, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, is that this is based on the available resources that we utilize to execute our mission. Now, in terms of our plan, we planned 4 air patrols per quarter. However, due to availability of the resources, it sometimes becomes difficult to achieve this target. Hence, then we report then in terms of the achievement based on what we could actually achieve based on what we have as resources. The second question is on the rise on foreign nationals apprehension. The increase is based on the enhanced border safeguarding strategy measures that we implemented in line with the border safeguarding optimization plan, where, for an example, defense intelligence employed the unmanned systems, that is unmanned aerial vehicles, on various spots that were identified as blind spots, and where we could pick up a lot of movements, and then the foot soldiers then are activated to respond immediately. The second aspect was the utilization of the maritime capability, which is the Maritime Reaction Squadron, in the riverine operations along the Limpopo River. Because of the nature of the Limpopo River is used as a safe crossing because of the nature that it is infested with crocodiles and all that stuff. So it becomes difficult for our activities to cover the whole area. So with the application of the maritime capability, we were able to close all those gaps that were there. Hence, the numbers have increased. And this is now the border safeguarding optimization plan in action, which day by day we are enhancing, and as we detect new methods to curb this illegal crossing. The last question that I think I need to respond on, although it's a very short response, in terms of Honorable Munyai, who referred to the use of the reserve. The use of the reserves with the regulars is part of our strategy. The only thing that can happen is maybe to reduce the number, but the reserves will continue to be utilized, even though we have withdrawn from the missions outside and we're focusing on border safeguarding, the corona, the corona and the prosper. Within those forces that are deployed there must be always an element of the reserve, so that the two components of the defense are at all times applied. That is the short answers that I have. Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Anything from DOD? Okay, we'll allow DMV to come in. All right, SecDef.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I know, Chair, it will be too early for me to sound like a broken record, but I do note one of the comments made, which was clearly contradictory, which was a comment that acknowledges the operational pressures that the department faces, yet at the same time, the expectation that the department must flush out personnel. That's an interesting observation, to be quite honest. But be that as it may, quite clearly the report that we have given reflects a department that is making do with what we have. As the head of department, I clearly have an obligation to pay for every single individual who's in our books. And it is quite clear that in the expenditures that we've incurred, it's not people that are not, that we don't know. It is people who are at work. And I'm hoping, Honorable Chair, when the time comes in closed sessions, we will be able to show the effect of all of this, which is that currently the vacancies that we have because of this imposed ceiling on ourselves. And these means when there are vacancies, what do? The fallback is to get reserve force members to fill the gap. And what does that do? Then it pushes up the funding. So in the last briefing, Honorable Chair, it was quite clear, and our minister did make the point, that the problem we face around compensation of employees, it really lies beyond the DOD. So, but we will try our best. But let me give you one last example. Part of the strategy over the 5 years was to cap allowances, meaning that certain allowances in certain categories were kept, meaning there were no increases, right? But when that happened, now we have to look at, now what do we do? Because we are losing specialized skills. Special forces members are being recruited right, left, and center out there. We are losing special pilots. We are losing instructors. All of that because of these financial constraints. So eventually, we might end up without a defense force because all what we are doing is really constraining and putting the pressure on, quite frankly, a defense force design which was planned outside the DOD and was just imposed, and we don't know based on what threat picture that defense planning comes from. I put it at that, Honorable Chair, as the head of department, I've seen all these challenges. Yes, there's a bigger picture on improving our internal systems. That point I take wholeheartedly, and I'm working very hard on that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairs.
Thank you, SecDef. I will now allow DMV to come in. DMV? Hello?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Please allow me to, as CFO, to deal with matters that relate to finance and pensions. Mr. Matafu deal with issues that has to do with database and IC related, and Mr. Siengo deals with the remaining. Then I'll take whatever is left behind. Through you, Chair, I invite Mr. Ndlovu, the CFO.
Permission granted.
Thank you. CFO?
Thanks once again, Chairperson. Maybe let me try and elaborate on the issues around the military veterans pension. It is a situation which is a funding model issue rather than the inability of the department to then finalize the applications. To demonstrate that, Chair and honorable members, we started off with an allocation of about 150 million, 149.4. The 149.4 is equivalent if you take the average pay out of about 5.4 per month, equated over 12 months at about 64,800. Then that equates to about a payment to half of what the target was, which is about 2,300 recipients. And at the time of then finalizing the budget, we did raise this issue sharply with National Treasury. Fast forward, during adjustment, we worked with Treasury, with assistance from Treasury, then to reprioritize some activities so that additional funding can be moved towards a pension by then delaying other activities within the department. In total, Chair, against the original budget of 149.4, the actual expenditure was 294, Chair. The 294 equates to about 33.3% of the total DMV allocated budget. And that is still not sufficient to cover the demand on military veterans. And hence then steps were taken to then compensate by then amending the regulations to ensure that at least the military veterans pension is means tested. Fortunately, we've managed to then gazette, and we have then met Chair and honorable members on the 15th of May with JIPA, in the presence of the acting CEO on that side and the accounting officer on our part. They have then asked, the instruction or the purpose of the meeting was to then go through the SLA between the two departments, as well as then instruct them to immediately start applying the means test, which they have started. Unfortunately, you cannot apply the means test retrospectively. However, that needs a legal opinion. However, on all unconcluded applications, they had started. They had requested us to give them until the end of June so that they don't rush into finalizing the pending applications. So we have a follow-up meeting with JIPA, where we'll also then invite National Treasury, because in that meeting, we hope they will have the absolute numbers now, so that together with Treasury, we can actually cost the final numbers so that the total finance needs on military veterans are properly determined. And then we will approach the principals so that then we finalize all issues surrounding the military veterans pension demand as well as its funding model. So basically, I hope I have covered the issues around the military veterans pension, because the question was asked in terms of what steps are we taking to then remedy the current situation, Chair. In terms of the question around department spending 94% versus a 50% actual achievement, I think the numbers, Chair, are actually demonstrating that why we had to spend up to 94%, it was predominantly the cost pressure around the military veterans pension, which actually shot the actual expenditure up by us delaying other activities on other benefits. Though the performance on benefit may not have been directly affected in terms of performance, but that also influenced the increase in the spend percentage directly. I must confirm, Chair, there is no overspend on education support. However, education support was one of the areas that got affected when we had to do virements, because we realized that we can afford to delay some education payments. However, once an annuity on pension is due to a military veteran, it is a liability. You cannot take it away. It's a right. And in some instances, CHIPA says there is vested right in it. So I confirm, Chair, there was no over expenditure on education support. In terms of the expenditure on CapEx, yes, Chair, we spent 2.5. In the 2.5, we had spent about 1.7 renewing the Microsoft licenses that we utilize in the department. Also, we bought furniture for the KZN office, as well as some office furniture for the Gauteng provincial office, amongst other things. However, as part of the adjustment period, because of the budget pressure on pension, the majority of the funds were moved towards pension through a virement, which was approved by National Treasury. And the budget that was left after we did the virement was only 6.8. And hence the under expenditure there is around 4 million, around about, Chair. Then there is a question around I think Mr. Siengo will take the issue around the status of the DMV headquarters, the status of the building and the initiative. But the question around us applying the means test, Chair, predominantly on military veterans pension, I think I have covered in terms of what we are doing together with JIPA. I would like to end it there, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are we done from DMV?
No, Mr. Matsafu, please come in, then followed by Mr. Siengo.
All right, please summarize. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, ADG, and all on the platform. Well, I'll only deal with two questions. The first question is around the point that was raised by Honorable Hutton. Just to confirm that, yes, it's true that we communicated as a department that we would want to pause or suspend the walk-ins that by those who visit the department, because we need to assess and analyze the whole backlog problem that we are having, so that we can come up with an improved process that will contribute to the registration and disbursement of benefits, and at the same time preparing for a solid strategy that will make us be compliant with the court order that we are already facing around the database store. And the second one is around the ICT. I would like to say that yes, it as presented by Mr. Siengo, yes, it appears that as we look at it at face value, that is right. It's the system is not yet delivered, but it doesn't necessarily say that work has not been done. But what we are doing is that as a department, we are looking to at a program where we will implement a working solution, end-to-end working solution. Therefore, our basis of rejection of the solution and the delay is that we found out that there was some functionality that we could not, that would not address our business processes for the disbursements and of benefits, and as well as the registering of people on the database or the database processes. Therefore, we rejected that, but as presented earlier, we are currently at the process where we are testing, because we had rejected and SITA had went back to incorporate the rejected functionality. Therefore, we are envisaging a process where within the next few months, we will be able to then indicate whether we accept the solution as completely fully developed or configured in a way that will address all our business processes the way we would envisage to run business as a department. That is where we are. And I think I'll leave it at that, DG. Thank you.
Mr. Siengo? Through you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. DG, there were a number of questions which related to the mitigation strategy in terms of what we are going to do in the department to deal with underperformance. DG, perhaps I should just give a sense to chair and members to say that at some point the Department of Public Service and Administration put a moratorium on the department for filling of vacant posts. And that really put a strain on the department in terms of the capacity, because as you would know, chair and members, that public officials would resign, some would move to other opportunities. So indeed, in terms of capacity in the department, it really affects operational efficiencies. However, having said that, we have been in discussion with DPSA through the intervention of Ambassador, the leader of the convener of the Transversal Ministerial Task Team, whereby in our last engagement with DPSA recently, I think it was about a week or 2 weeks back, with the DG of DPSA, they seem to be now easing down on that moratorium. So, but we are still engaging them though, because we have to then provide a plan to them in terms of what we are going to do, because the main issue with them is the fact that the department does not have or has not reviewed its organizational structure. So we are going to present to them the plan in terms of what we are going to do to ensure that the structure is in place. And DPSA has indicated that they are willing then, once they see that plan, to assist us then to fill in some critical posts, and perhaps even secondments from other departments to ensure that at least issues of capacity are dealt with, because the department cannot stop functioning. And then on the issue of the status of the DMV building, here, chair and members, the the lead department with regards to this is the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. They are the ones who do the procurement for government departments. We have been struggling over the years with DPWI for them to secure us a suitable building for DMV. We have even taken initiative on our side as a department to identify certain buildings. But you know, in all the initiatives that we have introduced or make available, things fall through in their procurement processes. The latest being now that when the new administration came, and we had an engagement even in this year because we have quarterly bilateral meetings with DPW. They indicated that the minister at DPW has put a moratorium for departments to secure buildings. However, they had indicated that that moratorium is conditional in the sense that the people that are responsible for procurement can request for the minister then to approve, you know, for any department to move to any particular building. They've indicated to us in our latest bilateral meeting that they had written already last year to the minister. They are still waiting for the feedback with regards then to whether they get a go-ahead for them to continue with the procurement process, because the procurement process itself had already started when our own initiative as DMV, when we had identified a building and we had indicated to them this is a building that we wanted suitable for us, but that fell through the cracks. But now they started their own procurement process. Unfortunately, then it was hampered by that moratorium that was introduced by the minister. So I think, DG, those are the questions. Oh yes, and the other issue, Chair, members, is it was the issue around how are we going to ensure that as a department benefits are going to the deserving military veterans. We have started a process. As such, it's a process that is ongoing, Chair and members, of updating the regulations to introduce. I think CFO was alluded to this, to introduce or to tighten, you know, our regulations so that we provide to those that are deserving. To date, Chair and members, the pension and burial regulations have been gazetted, and we're in the process now of finalizing the healthcare regulations, and we are also in the process then again of developing then I'm sure by end of the year this year, those regulations should be ready for consultation, the housing and education regulations. So these in all these regulations, we are taking a position as a department that that we are going to tighten up the means test, and furthermore that these benefits, as alluded in this meeting, that must go to the deserving military veterans. I will end it there for now, DG.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, DG. I would request that Honorable Minister can make parting submissions, and I would immediately come with the way forward.
Okay.
Over to
No, Chair, let me thank the committee again for the questions that they had raised, but also thank officials for the clarifications, and hope they do meet your requirements. I just want to make a few points, Chair, which are not necessarily related to the questions that were raised. One, Chair, I'm glad that the CFO starts off by the history of the underfunding and defunding of the Defence Force historically and what it has really resulted in. And want to say respectfully, Chair, unless our fortunes change, when next we come with another quarterly report, some of the points are going to remain the same. As I say, we gave you reports about HR and other things, but as long as our fortunes financially don't change, it will be not because of unwillingness to do our work, but it will be that we are hamstrung because nothing has changed also on our side. So yes, we have been discussing with the SecDef to say we have to make sure that things which are not money issues should be dealt with so that we also don't hide behind the fact that we have financial problems, whereas there are things that are supposed to be done. So I can assure you, Chair, that we are looking at it. The other matter, which I think at some stage, especially on the question that was raised by Member Hatting around the applications, I think at some stage, through the work that the ambassador is doing, that there's a sudden surge in terms of people who believe that they qualify for pensions. Some do, but if you look at the numbers of people who have applied vis-a-vis the people who qualify, you can see that there's a very disturbing trend where everybody really, or different people who don't necessarily qualify come in, and it does create a big problem because even currently, we're not coping even with those that would qualify, but let alone that there are lots of people everywhere, Chair. You're quite correct. There's no corner I don't go to and a person says, I'm still waiting for my pension. How old are you? I'm 45, and say, well. So I think it will help us if we also give you a picture, a broad picture as to who has applied, and therefore get an understanding of what the stampede is all about. So there was also a question about HR overspending. Chair, I think CFO is right. It has not only affected us with HR, that defunding has affected us in terms of our equipment, our infrastructure, even our regeneration, because we can't take more young people that we need in the system because we don't have the funds to do it. So it's not unwillingness to do it, as I think the member from the UDM was saying, to say we are unwilling to implement measures to cap overspending. But some of these things are unrelated, and I thought we had raised it over and over again. That the underfunding of the HR has nothing to do with the fact that we are not releasing people on voluntary retirement. Those things are not related. The main thing is the underfunding of what already exists. Whether we can release so many people at a given time, it will not help us at all. So again, I really want to clear the air that there's no unwillingness or uncooperation. We have a bottom line which is saying why we can't have aeroplane, why it really affects us negatively. That we can't have our young people getting the necessary flying hours, our a team not able to have their hours in the waters, and everything else gets affected. So we just have to see it not as an HR or an unwillingness to do work that we are supposed to be doing. And the other point I want to make, Chair, with due respect, and I hope it's not offensive, but I just feel strong that I have to make the comments for what it's worth. That sometimes it becomes very unfortunate that because people are on the other side, they then assume that on this side is a team of callous people who are uncaring, who are irresponsible. And I find it a very unfortunate undertone, really, in the way sometimes we engage. I want to assume that some of us have even been given this responsibility because we equally care about people of this country. We equally care about this country, and we equally care about our responsibility. Was it to be unfortunate to be depicted as irresponsible, callous, and uncaring? And if it's not the sense that comes through, I'm sorry, Chair, but I thought I should raise it with yourselves. But also equally, Chair, I will want to humbly request that, and I think maybe it's a thin line, between the portfolio committee making recommendations and instructing us. I'll give you an example, Chair. You can, from the chair, say, for rejuvenation, go and employ 10,000 people. Then I employ them, I overrun. I can't then come back to you to say, no, I've overrun the budget because you instructed me to do so. So and I can promise you, any advice you give us, any direction you give us, we take it very seriously. We look at it in the department and see that we can implement it. But it becomes a bit unfortunate and uncomfortable to really sometimes get a feeling that there is a move towards just instructing us and even giving us deadlines. You know, member Carl says in 2 weeks' time, it's as if we're sitting there and thinking and then reading and working, and therefore in 2 weeks' time, we'll be able to generate the reports. My humble request is that you make your recommendations, then we then say to you, we should be able to tell that not to when we can come. And I tell you, we're responsible people. We can tell you that, no, this one is going to take us 4 weeks to come back to you. But to be told here, as if the state of emergency, I just find it very uncomfortable. And Mark wants to make the humble request, Chair, to say, if there are recommendations from the committee, allow us to tell you by when the earliest we will come. Because I don't want to come back next week and say, we told you in 2 weeks' time, we want these reports. Because the assumption is that we're sitting there waiting for instructions from the portfolio committee. In 2 weeks' time, we can jump to action. And that's my humble appeal, Chair, and my humble request. But must say again, Chair, I really thank you for the opportunity for engagement. And as usual, it always helps us to look at the blind spots of the department, because as an oversight committee, you have a bird's eye view. And that's why most of the comments that you make help us to go back in the department to say the portfolio has raised the following. Let's do what we can. But just humbly request that also let's have some sense of separation of powers, in a sense that helps us to function properly and not get into a state of emergency, but also get an undertone that we're such colors and caring, irresponsible, because you know, Chair, what our problems are. And we've been repeating them to you. And it's not out of disrespect or out of dishonesty. They are real. And we are prepared to give you step by step, as I say on DMV, to show you how many people would have applied. Less than 10% qualify. It tells you something about DMV and the challenges that are there. And I think we can analyze both together to say what is causing this sudden surge around DMV. Thank you very much, Chair. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It's well appreciated. It is straight talk on issues that affect us as the department, including our roles both as the legislative arm as well as yourself as the executive. I think in the spirit of our oversight role, I think we wanted you to use the portfolio committee much more than using other measures, either an ad hoc committee or an investigation committee. And that's why sometimes we have allowed members to be robust in their engagement with the DOD, the DMV, as well as our entities. But today, even as part of our recommendations, I would like to summarize, I think, on the following points before we move on to the next item.
Chair, I've raised my hand.
I would not want us to deliberate on
We have a dialogue. What is the issue? Is it a point of order?
Chair, it's very simply that the minister's response leaves me with some serious concerns. Because what we as a portfolio committee on defense and military veterans has been doing is to raise questions to the department on the understanding that there is also a 7 working day limit to getting answers. And we've received to many of these questions no answers. Even today, I've raised several questions that have not been answered. I've not come back because I'm becoming tired of the way in which this is being managed. I will give those questions, of course, again to management, and I hope that there will be a response. But for the minister to indicate to us that she takes offense when we say that we need, within a tiniest period, answers to the concerns that we raise is unacceptable. I do not like the tone in which the minister has responded, Chair, and I want to put that on record. I repeat again, we are entitled to ask our questions, and we are entitled to get a response to those questions within a tiniest period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I wanted to bring the following.
Chair.
Okay. Honorable Atten.
Chair, just a brief question and comment, please. Chair, yes, one comment and then I'll put my concern. Chair, I have in the past, and this was now again put on the table by Honorable Neos, the methodology that we follow in this meeting leads us that questions should not be, cannot be answered, and that there in some cases then we find cherry picking of questions and crucial questions just stay behind and also are not being answered within the set period. But Chair, and I must also commend the Minister on being passionate about SANDF. We need more passion, but we also need solutions. Chair, just a short question, and I think for the first time in a long time, I'm a bit positive by some reality that is sneaked in. Mr. Obotsi referred to the force design. And this is something that we have been pushing for a long time, because it's a crucial component. The question that I have, and this has never been told to me, the only approved force design that we have, it comes out of the 2015 Defense Review. Now, that was never funded, so it could not have been implemented. I need to know what force design, approved force design, are we working on, keeping in mind that if the force design is this 2015 Defense Review force design, then we have to look, and it was never funded, we have to look at section 38.2 of the PFMA, which states, an accounting officer may not commit a department, trading entity or constitutional institution to any liability for which money has not been appropriated. So I need to get the answer on what force design are we actually spending money. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Harden. I think I will bring that particular point to our way forward. On the way forward, we recommend the following: that as part of dealing with cost of employees, because it has become evident that we won't just deal with it without other departments as well as a parliament resolution. We recommend the following: that we have a joint portfolio committee with Treasury, Appropriation, and SCOPA. We can include even the Auditor General of South Africa, and this must be preceded by a plan or a case study or a dissertation from DOD That explains the history, like the CFO has been saying, like the SecDev in his first meeting on the 6th of May has said that we put that as the agenda item in this joint portfolio committee. The sole purpose of this is to explain the case that we currently have 5,700 incumbents that we pay, but are not covered by Treasury as a result of the ceiling, which has not been successful. And with the current global geopolitics, there's no way, in some instance, that you can retrench the police. The other one is the second recommendation is to have a bilateral cooperation committee with Treasury from DOD, specifically to deal with letters of the president and their funding. It cannot be that letters of the president are received, we as the portfolio committee, we approve, and Treasury does not implement. So I would request that that bilateral the funding of the letters of the president, because this makes the president of the republic a joke that he pronounced a policy directive in his capacity as the commander-in-chief, and his policy directive is not respected by both Treasury and ourselves. The third recommendation is to promote civilian-military relations, to deal with particularly with civic education to other sister departments in government and to the general public in South Africa. This we do precisely to make people understand territorial integrity and what is the meaning of sovereignty, patriotism, discipline, integrity, ethics, and morality. There is a perception in our society and in the country that funding of National Defense Force is a waste of money. But when there are problems like anti-immigrations, drugs, and everything, we get to be blamed. But there is not enough resource allocation to our mandate. So we need to explain this mandate through civilian military relations, including to other departments, because Treasury does not understand that some of their lapse of relations with us can cause a national security threat, because as they delay, in case any attack happens to the nation, we will not have the necessary military capability and force readiness because they fail to assist us. Financial management for non-financial managers, I think that has helped, because part of the problems we have, including what the Auditor General raised for a number of years, repeatedly for 10 years, is that we still have 78 desk of supply chain, where each and every military base, each and every province, we can buy the same bread for different prices, buy the same diesel for different prices. And I think that we must bring, and this will help us to bring one automated system in terms of financial management, HR management, as well as supply chain management. We have to agree that we need to get a quarterly report on the benefits allocations, including variation or deviation in cases there, because I see DMV took a decision not to pay bursaries for 2 years now, not to do other things. I'm not sure what was its purpose, because we would be intransigent with the act if somebody was to take us to court, like as it was the case with the health benefits. On the office space, I think I'm happy that AMSCO and Denel are with us. In our oversight roles as the portfolio committee, we went to AMSCO premises, we went to Denel premises. There's a lot of office space, of unoccupied space. There's even office space in a place called PMP in Pretoria, which unoccupied are used by soldiers for dwelling as a hostel, because They are not occupied. We went to Denel, number of Denel complexes, there are offices there. So we are one department. When you utilize or you rent Denel offices, you don't need an open tender for a building. It's one department, the PFMA allows, because it will be sourcing in-house. So we don't have to go through an open tender. Those offices are there in Denel and Amsco. It will need His Excellency, the Ambassador, as the convener of the task team to go and find out about those particular offices, so that you don't have to bother to go and hire private offices when we have the capacity as the department. I think we will need another report in our next quarter of the plan from the His Excellency through the Minister. The plan related to how do we deal with the finalization of the plan for the finalization of the organogram of the DMV, including the plan that would be a joint outcome of both public service as well as treasury, to ensure that we don't have repeated queries and audit outcomes related to this. But in general, we'll have to review most of our policies, because to be in tandem with the modern day warfare and situations that we saw now in the Persian Gulf, and what we see on the North Pacific and South Pacific, what we see also in the Middle East, there would be a need for us to review some of the policies we have, and because some of them are not incompatible with warfare, are not incompatible with combat readiness, and we don't have to wait until we are attacked as a nation to respond on other things. We need to prepare now as part of preparing for national sovereignty, national security, territorial integrity, defense of the Republic and its people. And that must be done, because we look vulnerable when much is leading us, when other NGOs and other wrong elements are leading us in terms of defending the territory and its integrity. So I think with these small recommendations we're putting forward, we hope to get a win-win from the department, because we are dealing with national security. National security is 24/7, 356 days alertness. There is no hour or minute where we should lapse because of either poor cooperation or poor communication. We have to soldier on. That's the nature and the character of the department we are dealing with. Here, there's no liberal democracy where you have permanent rights. We have to do our best, and we appreciate that the minister is committed to cooperate. We expect the same from departments to cooperate on other questions that members have raised, so that we can get a win-win for South Africa. We know we are all patriots. We have all taken an oath to respect and uphold the rule of law. And equally, that must be seen in output, in performance, because so far we all have to commit in declining, in arresting the decline of the National Defence Force. We don't have time, because odds and optics are against us. I listened to one man, to Dwight, who was saying that the National Defence Force must close and have private companies that will defend the nation because of 1, 2, 3. But I don't want us to answer to such comments. We need to perform on our own, and we have agreed as the portfolio committee that we have the capacity. We would not want any investigation or any ad hoc committee or any commission of inquiry on our work. We would want a cooperation between the portfolio committee and the executive, so that we can all ensure that South Africa is safe, both for ourselves, for our children and our grandchildren, and forever in eternity. As a nation, we are counted among the nations of the world. I'll thank you. I would like to release the executive, the DOD and DMV, and allow the portfolio committee to remain, so that we deal with our APP and consider the minutes. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable SecDef, Honorable Ambassador, Honorable our acting DG from DMV, and the entire support staff and teams. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. God bless. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mpungo, sorry, my apologies. I forgot to note.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Secretariat, can we see the APP as the next item?
Good morning, Chair. Can you see the document?
Yes, Dr. Janse, Dr. Willem Janse van Rensburg. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Cognizant of the fact that we are past one, I will go through this very quickly. Members did receive the document, and I hope you had a chance to take a quick look at it. But suffice to say, members, it was pretty much the same process that we'll go through today that we did with the Joint Standing Committee on Defence the other day. And it is simply to draft according to the normal versions that we have of the APPs, the template, I mean, that we have for the APPs, to draft the APP for the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans for the year ahead, which we started already. It is an update from the previous approved APP. So I'll take members through it just to highlight where we made updates basically to the APP for the year going ahead. In terms of the strategic overview, this stays the same. It's the vision, mission of Parliament, the values of Parliament, and the mandate of the committee, as well as strategic priorities of Parliament in the 7th Parliament. Situational analysis, which includes the departments and entities with which the PCDMV engages. These are included in the report as in the previous year, and it's just an overview of which departments and entities we engage with. Just one update here in terms of the Defence Force Service Commission. Members will recall a similar update on the APP of the Joint Standing Committee of Defence. It's just to note that the Defence Force Service Commission has been non-operational since 2025 in the context of the establishment of the Military Bargaining Council. But this has been identified for an issue as an issue that the Joint Standing Committee of Defence can follow up on. But it's important to include that aspect here. On to the actual updates on the APP. Main update looking forward to the year for the PCDMV relates to the issue of defence policy, and it came up again today, members. It's quite an important issue. Defence policies will be introduced to Parliament in the 3rd quarter of 2026, as per the letter of the Minister. Throughout thorough parliamentary engagement with these policy documents will be required from the committee and the Joint Standing Committee of Defence. I think there will be a lot of cross-pollination on this issue where the two committees work together, with the Portfolio Committee then taking a special interest in the continuous monitoring of the financial allocations. And that will be done through engagements such as today's, where we looked at quarterly reports and quarterly performance. Also, the BRRR process and the budgetary process of the PCDMB will be a key factor here for monitoring policy implementation. Other aspects that were previously included with short updates include the budgetary decline. This committee will have to look at how the newly developed policy documents will be considered in 2026-27 in the context of the budgetary decline. The issue of compensation of employees, as we saw today, members, remain a major issue, and Chair, you proposed some ways forward on this, so it fits perfectly into the proposed APP that we continue to look at this in the year ahead. Linked to that, of course, Chair, is the issue of force rejuvenation, and there was previously recommendations by this committee for the department to develop a rejuvenation plan to also address COE, and this plan remains undeveloped and unimplemented by the end of 2026-27, and it's something to continue to monitor throughout the year, and also link that to the policy documents, specifically the long-term force design that was referenced today. How does that fit into the committee's previous instruction on a rejuvenation plan? Also looking forward, same issue as in previous years, the deterioration of prime mission equipment, and this is a matter that needs further engagement during the year ahead. A major issue, this is a new addition, is audit failures and weak consequence management. I think this has been a strong point of the committees to really starting to drill into audit failures and weak consequence management in the previous years. And then with a new Secretary of Defense appointed recently, matters of consequence management and accountability should be emerging as a primary focus area, and the committee can also take that forward. Legacy systems and that fuel irregular expenditure. This is a matter that was previously identified and can be continued to monitor during the year. In terms of the Department of Military Veterans, similar issues as in previous years, but updated here and there. Structural leadership remains a concern, but the underlying concern relates to the finalization of the DMV organizational structure. And again, Chair, in your direction for a way forward, you just mentioned this. So again, it fits into our APP that we can look at this going forward. And then we updated it here with the issue around the Gauteng High Court judgment, which imposes the orders on the DMV to address the matters of database finalization and other matters within 90 days. I think the committee started off well by looking at this, and it's something that can continue to be looked at specifically in terms of benefit delivery concerns, the issue around healthcare benefits, and the monitoring of compliance with the High Court judgment. Also linked to that, perhaps something the committee should consider in the near future is engagement with military veterans structures, specifically the Military Veterans Appeal Board in 2026-27. Arms Corps matters remain fairly similar to the previous year. The need for the issue around funding and the need for diversification. We've updated the issue around the dockyard, where there was some positive movements between the Navy and the dockyard. And this, to a large extent, I think came from pressure from the portfolio committee. And the progress that has been made should be monitored throughout 2026-27. Spare parts procurement remain a major concern. And then I think one of the issues that emerged over the last year specifically was contract management, where the committee identified issues around Project Lufacer, Project Hotel, and their submarine and frigate refits. So this requires continued monitoring on how Arms Corps manages these contracts in the near future. Moving on to Denel, a fairly similar overview as in the previous year because the issues remain the same and requires continued engagement by the committee during the year. This relates to financial sustainability and ongoing losses, erosion of critical skills, weak order book and market dependence, and operational inefficiencies. What we added here was the observations by the committee following their visit to Denel Aeronautics, where there's been some progress and the impact of that on the way forward. Looking at the Castle Control Board, two issues emerge here, Chair and members. Issue around financial sustainability and the need for a roadmap towards fiscal non-reliance on the DOD. That's a matter to focus on for this committee in the coming year. Also, outdated legislative frameworks. It was previously stated that new legislation has not been developed, so it's something that Parliament can monitor in the year ahead. So to boil these down to the key issues, what should be the strategic priorities for the committee in the next year? It's the issue around processing the defense policy, and this will take up, I think, the bulk of the work for the committee going forward, together with the Joint Standing Committee on Defense. Financial and performance monitoring, audit failures and weak consequence management, a major issue. We've had previous engagements with the SIU and the Hawks, and this should continue in the year ahead. The Department of Military Veterans Court judgment requires this committee's urgent attention. As related to that, the issue around engaging the appeals board, finalization of the DMV organizational structure, around Arms Corps, the issue of the dockyard and improved contract management monitoring, and for Denel, the issue of recovery of the various divisions and financial sustainability, while for the Castle Control Board, the issues are around fiscal sustainability. What we did then, Chair members, we updated the annual performance plan target outputs, and I will just scan through these. These are the same as in the previous year. It includes a number of engagements that are standard to this committee, for example, budget and APP engagements, the BRRR engagements, but to focus on some new targets based on the updated situational awareness of this APP. is to include targets on engagements with the DOD and National Treasury on new policy funding. So this, the issue around policy, the journey to greatness, significant engagements here will be required. Engagements to ensure compliance with the High Court orders, that's for the DMV, and that will require continued engagement throughout the year. Then consider international agreements referred to the committee. Should there be international agreements referred to the committee, we have to comply with reviewing those. We remove the target here for dedicated engagements or inquiries regarding status of senior appointments in the defense environment. This follows specifically the appointment of the executive and movement in terms of the appointment of a new CFO as well. And based on that, Chair and members, we looked at a broad maximum level sort of budgeting for this year ahead. Looking at the previous year, we had 21 physical meetings, and looking at the year ahead, projecting potential 6 meetings for the next quarter, 4 meetings only for the third quarter when the elections will also impact, and then 5 physical meetings for the first quarter of next year, so the fourth quarter of the current financial year. In terms of oversight visits, looking to do with the Joint Standing Committee of Defense a oversight visit related to Operation Prosper. Also adding some funds for getting specialist speakers in on the issue around defense policy. I think that would be valuable to have as an option for the committee. And then the study tour, as we discussed with the Joint Standing Committee of Defense, towards the end of the financial year in the first quarter of next year. So, Chair, I'll hand back to you. These are the updated changes we've been made to the APP. If there's any input by members on this, I'm happy to consider those. And hopefully this is a plan for the committee to take us forward and aligned with the instructions that you just gave, but also aligned with the work that this committee did in the previous year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janse van Rensburg. I would now like to get members to add or to comment on the additions so that we enhance our APP. If members are content with what was presented to them, we can get a move and a seconder for the adoption of the APP so that it can undergo its processes. Over to you, honorable members. Honorable members? Hello?
I move for the adoption.
I move
Honorable
for,
Mandela,
second the adoption.
Second. Honorable Ala seconds. I would request that in the next item of the minutes, just a minute, can we fly the minutes so that we adopt them? Secretariat? Thank you very much, honorable members. Those are the minutes of the 27th of May, 2026. Can we go through all the pages for points? Honorable members, you can concentrate. First page, second page, third page, fourth page, fifth page, page number 6, thank you. Any matters arising
Chair, I
from...
move that. Okay.
Okay. Yes, member. Over to you.
Chair, if there's no points that arises from it, I would propose that we adopt it.
Okay.
I second adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank honorable members, to thank the
Excuse me,
support.
Chair.
Okay.
There's 3 more sets of minutes.
Oh, there's 3 more sets of minutes.
Yes,
Can you get them there? We are the Department of Defense. We must soldier on. We can't complain. All right, honorable members, that's the set of minutes for the 3rd of June. Yeah, we can move to the second page. Third page. Fourth page. Fifth page. Next page. Oh, that brings us to the last page. Any matters arising?
I propose adoption, Chair.
Adoption.
I move, Chair. I
Hello.
move.
Honorable Kyle moves. Seconds. Can we get the other set so that we conclude? I'm sorry to punish members, but this is the Department of Military and Department of Defense. There are no civilians. On the 10th of June, can we move the page? Any matters arising? Second page, third page, next page. Thank you. Any matters arising from the minutes, honorable members?
Apparently not. I move that we adopt it.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Hatting, Honorable Kyle.
I move.
Oh, you second.
Second.
Right. Okay. Then we have a set of the 17th of June. This was on a virtual platform. Honorable members would remember this was the meeting we made a special request to the chair to have it. Second page. It was when we are discussing the process plan towards the DMV response to the High Court order. Can move to the next page. Thank you very much. Can you get matters arising?
Chair, I have now also just checked. I have no record of receiving the last 2 sets of minutes. I don't know whether it was sent by, perhaps by WhatsApp, but I have certainly not received it by email. May I request that it be circulated, please?
Okay, Secretariat.
Noted, Chair.
Okay. Can we get
Chair, perhaps we can just, we should go through the minutes beforehand. Can we confirm that it was circulated or not, please?
in case it can be circulated and we defer it for the next meeting because I also did not get a chance of these ones. Are they circulated?
The last three, Chair, not these ones.
Oh, not these ones.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, let me rule. Can we send them to members and defer them? We will deal with them after members have had enough chance to go through them.
Chair, can I ask that the other one, the previous one, also be sent? I haven't got a copy of that. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, let's defer minutes which members did not receive because it's outside our 7 days notice. I would not want to undermine or not be loyal to our decisions. So let's defer them. We'll discuss them when we discuss minutes in the next meeting. Let me take this opportunity once again to thank honorable members. I saw there was a tussle between the legislative arm and the executive, and I liked it very much because it means we can be felt we are doing our work, even though we don't get the output or results we want, but we need to soldier on to improve the conditions of the department, including a condition of an ordinary soldier or a troop or a private within our National Defence Force in terms of their benefits and welfare, including our military veterans. Let me also thank the support staff, thank the Secretariat for the work they've done so far, so good. We appreciate it. The meeting stand adjourned. God bless.